Good morning. This is the Living Legacy Group Live. We're going to be starting in a few minutes. My name is Michael Hayes. I am the founder of the Living Legacy Group. And this is a network marketing company that allows you to jump in the game. We are going to be starting live in a few, about 8:30. So just hang tight. We'll have some screens up in a minute. Just showing what goes on in the community of Pocket Options and how they trade on all different markets on this platform. So get your paper out, pens, see what if you have a pair that you want to have brought up on the screen so we can trade it together. We can go through and look at the technical analysis, maybe throw up some indicators and see what we can do in making some trades today on the positive side. So thanks for joining, and we'll be back, so stay tuned. consolidate. If you have not already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell to know when I'll be online. I'll be online today. We're starting at 8:30. We are going to be trading on the New York Exchange, or the U.S. market. That's going to be from 9:30 or 9 o'clock to 3:30 to 4 p.m. Either which one. We can be out. Never heard of those. Welcome. But we'll be starting in a little bit. We'll be doing some technical analysis by. I have to look these guys up here, fantasy football. We'll be starting in about 15-20 minutes. So I've got the social trading up on the screen right now, where you can actually see the participants that are making trades today. If you noticed that there are OTC pairs, which we are not going to be trading, we are going to be trading actual live pairs, but we're going to be trading those live pairs on the MetaTrader 5 platform. So those charts will line up with TradingView. Those are the charts we'll be using to do our analysis from. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Don't believe I've been talking that long and no microphone on. So, getting back to the trending cryptos today, we're going to be looking at our usual coin, Bitcoin. We're going to take a look at some Solana, and you can see down here, these are the prices of the coins, and these are the top coins here. I think we have some Solana. I don't know if we have any more, but we're holding on to some XRP. We're holding on to a little bit of Doge. We're gonna get some Shiba. We got to see how Shiba's doing in the market. But these are all the coins. I usually like to go to Coin Market Cap to see where all the what's going on with the ranking, okay? And once we can see what's going on with the ranking, we pull up those coins up on TradingView. And we will, for example, let's go to the crypto side. And what we'll usually do is we go with the Coinbase, since we do have a Coinbase account, and we go to the Bitcoin chart. We've already got some markings there because we have been trading Bitcoin for a while. I got some Fibonacci retracements up here. Let me exit those. But this is what we're going to be doing most of the day. We're going to have special guests on. We're going to be watching Trading TV Trader Live. Pull that up. Just to follow a couple things on the market, to see what's hot and what's not, what they're trading. You can actually learn some pretty good stuff from those guys. Trader TV Live. They'll be starting in a bit. I think they start at 9. So what we'll do is I'll have the morning live on, get you guys caught up. If you don't know about
if you're invested in real estate but not in multifamily, you're missing out on much lower risk and much bigger paydays. I get it.
It's been a great year for many of these names, and I think the train just keeps on rolling here, Sharif.
Yeah, bang on, Sean. And the group as a whole, the microchip
semiconductor
here we
group
go.
As a whole,
This
they're
is
all trading.
No red names on
TV.
my board quite yet. All right, staying on theme here. ARM getting a price target upgrade.
We'll be right back.
By Rosenblatt from 85 to 110 bucks. ARM has been very strong as of late. Up again today, coming into that critical 73.5 level that we topped out on Friday, but making newer highs and newer lows. I know it's a competitor, Intel, but what is the look here for ARM, if any?
Have to ping an arm and a leg for shares of this company. Bad puns are what it's all about here. Finally, see, there you go. Usually I have to hit that myself, which isn't a good sign. Do it intentionally, but ARM is trying to make that next move, and you're pretty much in uncharted territories. I've said this before about the daily chart when it comes to ARM. This on the second day didn't really happen, so you are at all-time highs. This was a company that's been around for a while, so the valuation, while it is a bit rich, new money has been eager to come into it since they've had their earnings. They do offer potential competition down the line. To NVIDIA, that's very much down the line in terms of alternative technology. But the trend is your friend, man. It's kind of ridiculous to think about anything here on ARM that isn't looking for a long entry, because the short opportunities have only come at obvious, clear levels. When it got to 65, that was an obvious and clear level, and it was a good short. When it was at 56, that was an obvious and clear level, and that was a short. Well, it's at new highs, so there hasn't really been a resistance spot to even think about. So you've been buying dips, taking breakouts. 75 is a good psychological level, so I suppose that could be it. But it's setting here for a 73.50 break. If it breaks Friday's high, I think I would just look for a long into 75. If it fails this double top, It's not quite as obvious where I'd want the long. 72 looks okay because that's where we closed. I much prefer the 70 level. You had a double bottom down there. You had more trading mirrored around that or back and forth off the 70 level than anything else. So if it were to pull back, I'd probably wait very patiently for a dip by $3 lower. Otherwise, don't be afraid to join the trend. This is the kind of stock at 10 o'clock, it looks like it wants to be going, then you just want to join that trend. 75, sure, maybe look for a short there, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I really like ARM. I probably won't be trading it, but another really great name that I feel like, you know, we've sort of talked about it. There hasn't been many great IPOs, but that one's definitely worked. So next report to come out, see if it can justify some of the valuations that it's currently having. And then, you know, a lot of the names right now are obviously going to be forward looking in that space. So I would just say wait to see if they sort of guide or surprise guide or anything comes out. Micron came out in like November and guided a little bit forward, met and beat those expectations as well. So yeah, ARM, Micron, all these kind of names, just secondary names. And that's why I keep saying it, like, you know, you can get your money into some ETFs and not worry about it, but ARM's really been working up above that $72 mark. I think you always play sort of long off of key levels, which would be $70. So any kind of a dip buy opportunity there, we'll be looking at that, but not on my radar, but another great name to just probably buy and hold.
Bitcoin, guys, down overnight, holding that critical $42,000 level, but really not being able to break that 44,000, 45,000 area that we've been flirting with overnight. Coinbase as well, down 0.44. Mara, some of the mining names also down 1 1/3. But interesting story coming here out of MicroStrategies. So listen to this. The company's value now comes from its Bitcoin holdings, almost $5 billion in increase in market cap this year because of the 337% that's their Bitcoin holdings has soared in 2023. So interesting here that MicroStrategies is getting a bit of a boost from Bitcoin, as Neil was alluding to that story a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I mean, what are there, like half, I guess half the market cap, technically speaking, is a Bitcoin? Because it's like 9 point something, whatever it works out to, it doesn't matter. MicroStrategy, it's a weird stock because I think a lot of people just treat it like an ETF at this point, which makes you wonder when the real ETF happens, does it matter? But in terms of Bitcoin specifically, we did fail the 44,000 level, and fail's kind of too harsh. Can't say we failed. We've pulled back from 44,000. But if you go to a higher time frame chart, it still looks absolutely fine. The one thing I want to look at today, at least the level, if we don't talk about 44,000, is 42.8. If it gets back above that price, if Bitcoin gets back above that price, I think you could have some kind of a long rally in a couple of these names. But when I look at Coinbase today, I see us at that 175 zone. So we closed 175.5. You kind of made the break. You tried to get to 180, failed it. Now you're at 175-ish. If we don't get back above that lower high resistance on Bitcoin, I mean, I could see the 75 being kind of a key fade zone, and maybe you could get a pullback into 170. Coinbase has been on an absolute tear. I'm not saying it has to come down, but there hasn't been a pullback. There's been a couple on the way up, but there hasn't been a decent one. It was a small one, I guess, at the end of the day on Friday, but then it still closed higher. So I think it's a little bit due for a pullback on coin, and failing under 175 makes a little bit of sense to me here. So I'll have this one on the radar. It's probably not the first place I go to at the open, but beneath 175 or the 175.50 close at least on coin, I'd be looking for the short. Keep an eye on Bitcoin if you do. Obviously, if that starts breaking out that 42.8, then you've run into some trouble on your shorts. Never want to be fighting the trend in a stock like this, which has been exceeding the pace of Bitcoin to begin with.
All right, yeah, Coinbase going absolutely ham, and we had that story for you like back when Coinbase was like $100, and I asked Michael Noss what was going on with that, and then he said that he spoke to Adrian, and then it was that a lot of these ETFs and whatnot are not claiming, but they have stated Coinbase as being the custodian, and where they're going to be going over and buying and holding all of their Bitcoin for all of these ETFs. So it makes sense you're going to be getting a lot of flow through on that, but I don't know, I still don't buy it. So I'm I sold any Coinbase I had. I sold some HUD 8. We talked about that. I've got out of everything. I was like so happy to make a little bit of profit. I think it was 17% or something on that HUD 8, but I held it for probably 6 months, and finally the reverse split, and then it was going crazy, and I was like, getting out of that. Here, let me just talk about what that was quickly before I talk about Mara. So here's HUD 8. I got out of it. We missed that last move on Friday for sure, because I got out on Thursday. Here, I think it was 1280 or something. Now it's up to 15. But I didn't understand the action here in HUD 8. So, reverse split up, then down to $9, then right back into 13. So I did sell it. So I am now out of that one. But a name that I am not out of nor in, which is kind of been a huge move, man, has been Mara. Mara is still 25% short float. Finally, looks like it wants to come down. I mean, there was a day or so where it looked like we wanted to break back below, but now you are well under. I mean, it's $26. That high, I just shouldn't say well under, that high is 27.80. Mara really continues to go, and another one that we talked about on the market recap show and live on this show as well when we had Michael Noss. I don't think he's coming through today, but we talked about this down here at $10, where we were starting to swoop up, and that if we ever did get a big move in Bitcoin, we had done the work, that Mara could explode, not only due to the short float, but just due to the fact that this is what happens. It's one of those kind of meme-y names out there that people just keep talking about. So Mara back here into $20 would be fantastic. I don't think it happens today at all. With Bitcoin being down here, I have it down 2% on a 24-hour or on a 10-hour chart right now. So it is coming to the downside a little bit. That 25.50, I'd say watch out for that on Mara. So I think a break lower, you could probably get short and use 26 as your stop. So we'll have to watch Bitcoin today, but definitely Mara has to be on someone's mind.
On watch today, guys, up 4 3/4 after releasing the designs for a new high-end vehicle. They're calling this one the ET9, and it's going to be for a cool $112,000, whatever that is in yuan. Here is the look at the car. I think it's a looker, man. I mean, it kind of looks like some of these more traditional SUVs that we've been seeing. They're saying it's a high-end executive SUV. I don't hate it. I got to tell you the truth. I think Neil's been going in the right direction as of late. What's the look?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it looks nice. I'll definitely. I'm not gonna harp on that and say it doesn't look like a gorgeous-looking vehicle. NIO, unfortunately for them, well, maybe it's a fortunate thing, I guess, if you're trading it now. It's just been it's been the lazy of these names. And when I say lazy, it just has not participated in this move. When I'm talking about this move, I see a lot of the other beaten up stocks. Maybe it's not all the EV names, but certainly the bounces and the charts look a heck of a lot better on pretty much all of them. I'm talking about those big three in China, with the exception of NIO here. However, it's been making this nice little move into $9. It's at $8.80 right now. If it breaks $9.30 is the last overhead resistance, then you maybe fill this gap into 10. So I like the $9.30 level. I like the $9 level on NIO. I just know that when you get numbers out of China, you got some registration numbers, and then we gap up, typically speaking, the stock has a tendency to dip at the open. And when that's the case, you get a gap up in NIO, I'm usually anticipating gap up, there's dip and rip. It's just usually how this stock likes to participate. Big gap up, dip, doesn't actually rip, but it does hold the low, and that held the low at previous high going back to last week. So if it were to dip, first things first, you can think about Friday's high, and then I can think about where we close at about 840. I like the 835 level. Friday's high is 860. So those are some areas where I'd be looking for some dip buys. It's just the pattern of the stock. Chinese ADRs do this all the time, where even if you get good news and eventually there's going to be buyers, it doesn't mean they buy it at the open at 9:30 and it goes straight to the upside. A lot of times you get the exact opposite. So I'll go dip buy hunting in NIO. But if it just goes $9 break some point later in the day, fair enough. I'll take that too.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, I don't mind the $9 up here. I don't know. I'm just not convinced about all of this, but I think it's at some point it's going to be EV time. I just don't know when that time is. Rivian's still doing really well. I'm okay for coffee, but yeah, I had one already. I'm almost done 1.5 here. I don't think Randy. I think a lot of people are off today, so yeah, we have to battle for our own coffees around here. $9 right there. I don't know why this chart's not growing on me here, but I like that. I feel like lot of consolidation down here near 8. So like everything Neil said is kind of just like Captain Obvious at some of these levels, and it's just like we talked about with Intel. 48 looks great, 50 looks great. $8 down here looks pretty good, but can you get to $8? That's 10% down. So the answer is no. This is not going to drop down 10%. So we shouldn't even really talk about these levels. So then talk about something you could actually get filled at, maybe in and around here, 830, 840. You know, let this come back in. Does this get to zeros on the day? I don't know. That would be 840. So I'm still pretty positive about the market, although we're under VWAP right now. We're under the 50-period moving average. We're trying to get under 17,000. I know I started this little thing about saying I was positive about the market because I am. I still think Santa Claus Rally fully intact. It doesn't mean it needs to go up all 5 days. But, you know, we are on the move here in the market. Let's see if we can get something going. That's why the sticky note is now out, and there's only 3 names on it. It's Google, Intel, and Roblox, and they're all pretty obvious with their levels. Could have added NEO on here. We'll see what we're going to be trading today. There are some names that are moving around. Other than this, some little small ones as well. So we'll look at those. But right now, let's go see if we can get some more trading ideas with upgrades and downgrades.
ARM getting a nice push to the upside after an upgrade from Rosenblatt Securities. We also have CMS Energy getting an upgrade from BMO Capital Markets, Modine getting an upgrade from DA Davidson, and Knife River here getting an upgrade from Siebert Williams Shank. For downgrades, UPS getting a downgrade from Daiwa Capital Markets. This one's interesting. We did have FedEx earnings last week, and that was a little bit more weakness from this kind of sector, so keep an eye on this name. Allo VIR getting a downgrade from Bank of America, Paychex with a downgrade here from Citigroup, and last but not least, Truist Financial downgrading Omega Healthcare, guys.
All right. Thank you, Adair. All right. So I was actually looking at this. Yeah, Adair, how's Adair gonna? That your voice? What's up with that? Yeah, I have that problem too, man. I talk way too much as well. So shout out to Adair for that. I mean, when you go back and you have so much to say, they're probably all like, "Man, who's that handsome co-host?" And you're like, "Neil." They're like, "No, Sharif, no." And then they actually meant me? No, just joking. Okay, so down to the downside right now. I just look at FedEx here. I know that UPS got downgraded, but I want to find the 200 period because look, we're sitting right on the damn thing, right there at 245. So this is going to be close, man. I mean, I do want to think about buying some FedEx. I mean, this looks right at a good level. I think like all of us, we haven't really spent enough time probably over the last couple of days, you know, analyzing some of these most recent moves because we've been busy doing things. But I like that move, and I do like someone in the chat was like, yo, take a look at Nike. I wasn't here, obviously, for their report there. But yeah, huge move down as well, back down into this 108 area. I'm looking for a 110 break longer there on Nike if that can get going. But because we're talking about upgrades and downgrades, I didn't think there was too much volume, and there's not. Like, hard for me to talk about UPS and where I think this is going to go, but again, they haven't felt that FedEx hangover, it looks like. So UPS today on a downgrade, I think we could probably believe it. Down to 157, down 1% or down 1%, 0.8% on very little volume. So for me, I think this is a short now, especially because of FedEx. But yeah, there wasn't too many interest. FDX, not FSX. Oops. All right. New York. We just talked about this. I just like this because of the 200 period moving average, guys. Honestly, where we're at right there, this is a nice little level. It goes back, and there's something here. So FedEx down there at 245. I think there's a possible buy. So we'll see if that can hold. If it can't, then I would think you would short maybe UPS on a downgrade. But 2,000 shares.
I like I mean, Nike hasn't done much volume either, but as a day 2 type play, it was obviously, you had to take this dip buy on Nike pretty much at the open on Friday. Like, that was your only chance. I did like 107, but at basically what happened at 9:30, it did one little dip, got to like 107.40 or something like that, and then went absolutely ripping. So I think the 107 level is intact. It put in a nice higher low here, just around 108. It could easily be another bounce and rip type play just because it's making a recovery. We've seen retailers do this where you get the gap down on earnings and they say a bunch of bad things, and then, you know, the economy ends up being fine and it's way too much doom and gloom. So I think this could be that case. I'd love to see it. Like we said on Friday, the 200 period moving average would be great if it breaks it out. But if it holds on to 07, I do kind of like that as well. And there's some small caps. I see some people throwing some small caps in there. that we have our eyes on. The IINN, SNTX as well. They'll be in play. But Nike, give it a day 2, day 3. The longer it holds on to 107, the more I like that area.
3-day play. I just want to say shout out to Edwin there in the chat. Apparently, and hey, look, thank you. I mean, but it's more you that did it there, Edwin. Apparently, I said short FedEx up here at 280. So thank you for bringing that up. But we say a lot of things, and remember, so that would be great. Like, if I said short at 280, man, it hit the 200 period. I would think the out would be at the 50 period, but now that you're down here, I still think that this is worth taking some out. So Edwin, if you're short this name, I mean, on you. But remember, like, just because like Neil and I say like, oh, we like the long Neo at $8, like we're talking about these things mainly for, unless we say it, you know, mainly for day trades and stuff like that. So that's why it's hard sometimes to say like, oh, we called this short or this or that. You know, on, like we said about on the market recap show, I do talk a lot more about longer term positions and where you might want to buy things once they get to certain levels. That's why when we had Chris on, he keeps talking about when we called PanW, when we called Microsoft 360, some of these other things that's been happening. Some of those are longer term plays for sure, like PanW down here at 220. You know, when it came back in, we called that move for the upside, right? And so a lot of these plays you have to take in consideration, unless we sort of state like, hey, this is like something that we think is going to be a longer term play or whatever. You know, make sure that you do understand that Neil and I on all the positions that you're going to see flashing here at the bottom or whatnot have to be flat at 4 o'clock on a prop floor. So, you know, that's the whole thing. I don't want people to think like, you know, FedEx is this monster buy because we're at the 200 period moving average. I'm just looking at it from a daily. You might get a little bit of a bounce down here at 245. So for a trade of the day type of stuff. Yeah, see like Neo being in your 401k, yeah, it's like little things like that, right? Like just because it's coming up to $9 doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, empty everything you have because $9 happens to be daily resistance.
Fire it up.
I mean, there's so many things that are daily resistance that all of a sudden become support. And then you're like, why did I sell it when it's like way up, like Coinbase? Like, why did I sell that thing at 160 or whatever? So, okay, let's go. Whoa, I'm in, what, did you guys lose a bunch? Oh no, I'm in, okay, I was gonna say, here's the Streamlabs points. I'm 9th. I didn't think I was anywhere near the top. And on that note,
I've already lost once today.
yeah, I'm gonna spin 5 bills right now. Let's see what happens with 500
Well, if
points.
you win, I'm gonna spin because logic.
Let's see, lost. Oh, that's good. All right. So that's
well, I'm just
thanks,
spinning. I'm
Streamlabs.
just
There goes
spinning.
5 bills right there. Let's put on some more shares now because I'm pissed.
You know what was happening last week?
Not really.
This is what's so fun about the community is every single time that I would lose, then like someone would then gift me.
Yeah, wouldn't
and then
that be nice if it was
And then
trading?
I would actually win sometimes
Yeah.
after spinning, and
Yeah.
then you just gift it right back. So I feel like almost giving the gift is what makes it work. But we're in a gift giving season, and that
Everybody's
means looking for
spinning now.
other opportunities out there, including the overall market there. Sharif?
Yes, sir. Before we look at the ES, though, Neil, I got to mention this IINN. Inspira Technologies up over 100%. It's one of 3 triple-digit small cap gappers that we have on the day. Inspira announcing 95% accurate results for HYLA blood sensor, planning FDA submission for clearance in 2024. This news item came in at 845 and then it shot up, breaking through that $3 area. 320 is the high, breaking down though, Neil, below VWAP now, coming into that $2.40 area. The other small cap gapper running up over 100%, ARBB. Not seeing a catalyst on this one, but trading at VWAP, holding that breakout level quite well above $2. Keep your eye on this one. Third and finally is RYZB. This one is the recipient of a merger or an acquisition, I should say, by Bristol Myers Squibb, saying that it's going to acquire Rise Bio. I don't even know how to say this. Rise Bio for about $4.1 billion or $62.50 a share, which is 104% premium over Friday's closing price. This level right here, just south of 31. $30.50 is where we closed out on Friday, and this is where we're trading up here, $61 area. Any look for any of these 3? They're all over 100%.
So, I mean, look, our RYZB, it's a cash deal at $62.50. When I've looked at these and you talk about, oh, that's RYZB, IRBB, like to find key levels on this one, just to jump a little bit here, unless it's an even dollar level, the $5 level stands out and not much else, like maybe 275. But it's just not a heck of a lot when it comes to like big key levels. But RYZB, because it's a cash deal, because of the way the deals have been held up a little bit here, and it's such a huge premium. Time value money's different because rates are going to be higher. At 62.5 cash, I think it's a fade into the price. I mean, if it gets close to 62, I'd be looking short. So, that's when you talk about gappers and runners. If it's a cash buyout, then you cannot necessarily expect the same kind of movement, regardless of float and short interest and those types of things. So I think you want to be looking at ARBB and then IINN a little bit more closely. Those will be a little bit more active to trade. INNN, if it can hold on to the $2 level, that was a nice little double bottom in there, and you can see some pretty decent support or resistance at that level that could turn into support. It's on the pullback right now, so holding 2 would be interesting. It does 4 million volume. I like the volume, 1 cent spread, so it's got all that good stuff going. Just has to hold that $2 level. That'll be pretty key for IINN.
I don't know. I just refilled my coffee. I have no idea what people are talking about. But I don't trade those buyouts. Okay. I just got another coffee, so I wasn't sure what we're talking about. I don't trade the buyouts, but I assume that was good information. So, yeah, if you guys want that, I think it's a very specific trade to be, you got to have a lot of buying power with some shares and everything like that. So if it's up your alley, man, that looks like a good one. I heard Wayne talking in the back that there was a couple good buyouts today, so definitely have some look over there. We'll still stick with the movers, but there's always different strategies to trade, and that is the one best thing. Well, there's many good things about being a prop floor, but you're using other people's capital, so you can sort of level up on different strategies that you may not be able to outside of an office like this. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk and see what Sharif is up to.
Yes, sir. Okay, time to look at the future, Sean. Thanks for that. 48.05, where we closed out on Friday. We're above that right now. We're at 48.10, up 0.11 on the ES. The overnight high, 48.15. So here's a look. If we can maintain our level above 48, let's look for that 20th high, 48.25. That is the crest. We weren't able to break above. Let's get above that 48.15. First support at 4,800, guys. All right, make sure to check out the watch list there. We update it every day. Adair sends that out, and it comes right into your inbox or on the website, whatever floats your boat. Gets me ready and organized for everything we got ready for today. All right, let's go right into the first topic. Apple on watch this morning as the Biden administration refused to institute their veto and override the International Trade Commission's decision to bar Apple from selling any watch that includes the oxygen component, measuring the blood oxygen level. This was left to the last minute, possibly here to be vetoed, but it looks like as if they're gonna go through with this. So Apple, the only ones of the Mag 7 name down at 0.4% on the day, below that 194 level, guys.
I was sort of just asking Sean. I mean, Sean's got the iWatch. We know some people that have it, but it's like, how many people care about that feature?
I don't know. I mean, I got Marissa the 9. She had the 6 or something, so I got her the 9. I don't know. They've been banned in the U.S. That's the only place that they're banned.
Yeah,
they're not banned anywhere else.
So what you probably do is you pull some well, he said this on Friday, I guess already, but I'm repeating myself. You probably pull some sales forward into next year in the U.S. on this. Is anybody, if they have to, I don't know, if they have to tweak this or if they don't get a deal or whatever it might be, is anybody not going to purchase it that would have? I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think you're in, and it's not going to make a difference. It's just a matter of when you might have to buy it. So the market, I don't think, is going to be punishing Apple that much for it. It just has more to do with, like, my sentiment on Apple has more to do with what's been happening since that 200 level, which is it's been pulling back and it's making the stairs to the downside. It has been a downward trending stock, more or less, with the exception of the 18th. You've been pulling back since the fail to break the 200 level. It got to like 199 and change. The 198 then held, 197 the following day. Now you got 195 and a half as resistance in there today. So if it's going to continue this little stair step to the downside, it kind of broke ranks by holding the absolute bottom on Friday, but then you saw what happened at 2 o'clock. You got one of those little bit of a dips, and then that one was bought back up. So I want to be fading into 195.5. If you can break underneath the previous close, I don't mind joining a trend underneath. But every single day, it's been look for the pop, look for a mini pop, look for a pop to fade. Like the last 3 trading days in a row, they haven't been as big pops to the upside to fade on Apple, but that's what I want to be doing. And first shot will be 195, probably give it to 195.5. Love the company, love the stock, but since it failed 200, it's been sliding to the backside.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, we've said this. It's crazy that it's at one. It's not crazy that it's at 193. It's kind of been here forever. But we talked about that trade even when it was up here. We talked about this last week. We talked about the week before. As soon as it gets to 200, you have 2 choices, and that is to hold, like everybody seems to do with Apple, or you can get out if you're nervous and get back in once we break that 200. As soon as you get to 3 trillion and some key levels like that, it seems like Apple just needs more catalysts to get going there. Obviously the watch story is not a great one, but like I said, man, I already spent the hundreds and whatever it is on the new watch. She seems to like it. I just feel like that is Apple's sort of thing, right? Just keep everybody in the ecosystem. Everyone's buying. We talked about this actually on the podcast as well. It seems like everyone's buying some kind of a wearable, whether or not it be the Whoop, whether or not it be Fitbit, whether or not it be the Oura rings or these watches or whatever. I think it's going to be a thing, right? And especially this blood oxygen, I feel like that's somewhat important, especially as you get to medical grade devices and things like that. So I feel like, you know, all this matters. Apple's wearables are absolutely huge. The revenues in the wearables is like more than like Starbucks and Costco and Nike and all this, all like individually as companies, and this is just like now a brand new area for them. So I still think you go long on Apple. It's just a matter of wait for that next catalyst in order to, you know, really see a break of 200. Other than that, I could see us floating back down. I've already called a little bit of a dip. I think there could be like a 5% swoon or something like that coming in January on the whole market. So you take 5% off from here, you go down, and then you figure out whereabouts Apple could land. I think Apple's been trading a little bit weaker than the market, obviously, in the last week or so, down 6 of the last 7 days or something like that. So I feel that Apple does, you know, have some more room to go to the downside, and then when it goes down there, you'll just be buying it up anyways. So wait for Apple, maybe 185 there. The 50 period makes a little bit of sense to me.
The Apple wearables and home accessories unit did $8.28 billion in the third quarter. So you're bang on there with respect to comps with Starbucks or whoever. Next story on the docket, Intel, guys, getting $3.2 billion from the Israeli government for a new $25 billion chip foundry that's set to be built in the south of Israel. In exchange for that, Intel promises to spend about $16.6 billion in the Israeli economy, buying goods and services from local suppliers and providers. This is not the first time that Intel is expanding outbound outside of the United States. We know that they're spending about $33 billion to build a foundry in Germany, in addition to the $100 billion they're spending on the 2 foundries in the United States. It's up nice on the day. The market receiving this information with open arms, 2.19%. Intel leading the chips to the high side here, guys.
Yeah, I mean, if the long goal is to compete with TSMC in the foundry game, then you've got to have the ability to distribute and be across the globe, right? Like you're trying to cut into a market share, which is, I mean, it's ridiculous. Between the 2 Asian companies that control like 90% of the foundry business, and so it can't just be a domestic thing. Obviously, it's a solid headline that you're going to be able to do it a little bit more cheaply when you cut some kind of a deal in this particular case, but this is not anything terribly new when it comes to Intel. If it sees 50 today, as we already went through some of these levels, if it sees 50 today, that's an obvious psychological level, and if it gets to 52.5, that is the next big resistance on the daily chart. But the trend has been your friend. We'll see if it can hold on to 49. We talked about the 48 level. You know, obviously, that's where you close. So if you go filling in the gap, you got to be patient. Holidays shorten weeks in general, but in trading in general, you want to be patient. Like there's nothing significant in between the 49 and the 48 levels. Either it's holding 49 and look for like a long like drop, fail to break down and break underneath that pre-market low, rehold the level, and it's kind of like the the pop and drop trade, which I like at a pre-market high, where you could pop under 49, immediately recover, and then you go long off the 49 level, or I just wait in for 48. It takes a lot of patience to be able to do that, but we should talk about some other chip names as well. AMD is at the 140 level. If you've been trading the last few weeks, it's been a good inflection point for AMD. If it's above and holding above at the open, I mean, longs in the 141 make a lot of sense. But this is the kind of thing where if it fails, every time it's failed to hold that level, you've gotten at least $1 or $2 out of that trade at the open. Underneath that price is a big one. So this is trending underneath. This is not something where I want to be fighting AMD underneath that 140. I don't want to fight for longs unless it's 138. I don't want to be fighting 139.5 or any of that nonsense. It's good, the 138 and the 136 levels if AMD can't hold 140.
Yeah, I really like that AMD level. We've been talking about that 140 for a minute. We're going to have to look at that. All right, I just wanted to come over here. First of all, check out the podcast. Episode 6 is now out. Of course, every single Saturday. Saturday what? Jedi? What'd you say?
Episode 6, Return of the Jedi.
Oh, Return of the Jedi. That's a good one. We should have put that on here. Okay, I just put down here same kind of thing, man. Intel long at 48, possible $50 break. I feel like it's good. We only have Google, Intel, Roblox on here on this sticky note. These are going to be names that I'm going to be looking at as well. We have a couple numbers that coming out, home prices coming at 9 o'clock. Not much happening there. Check out this, man. This is getting 31 likes, 1,700 views already. Check out Bitcoin. We talked about Bitcoin here already today. So in 2010, of course, it was 25 cents. I mean, amazing. 2011, $4. As you keep going all the way to the upside, you're seeing right now this is going to be its second ever highest close on Christmas. So a close. I mean, it doesn't really close, but 43,000 going all the way back to 2021, where basically that's when we mooned, right? So you had 51, 50 and a half there. So you're not too far away if you held this asset or these coins or token or whatever you want to call it, Bitcoin, this currency there, 50,000 last year down to 16,000. What a good swoon that was, up to 43 again as Bitcoin continues to work. We had Intel on here and I just saw some stuff in the chat. I actually, someone's messaging me. I actually also, shout out to Alan, SneakerCon, what's up guys? Hope you guys have a great year as well. There was some talk here. I mean, look, we're not going to, I am going to get political here just because of Intel, and it's a story about Israel, right? So it's just, going there into Israel. I could see, there was we talked about this last time with a boycott a little bit there, it seemed like anyways on Starbucks, where it kept on going to the downside over and over and over and over again. I don't think, what I was going to say about this story is, I don't think there's enough, pressure on Intel for this move. I don't really see it. I mean, I feel like up 2.5% is a pretty good. If they want to sell it because of some of those political views there, maybe they shouldn't be partnering up with Israel or whatever. That's going to be up to everybody else to decide that. I just think looking at the strength of this stock, a pullback into 48 makes sense to me, but I could also see traders not wanting to buy it because of its geographical location of this story. So, I mean, I just think that that's unfortunately what happens. And is it unfortunate or is it fortunate? I mean, the market's based on supply and demand, and I could see there being less demand for this name due to this move into Israel. But, I mean, for the stock market, I think it's full steam ahead, man. I mean, they're the right space, the right name with a good story. So I feel like Intel should work from here.
It's always different when it's a consumer brand. You worry more about a consumer brand, I think, for stories like that to affect it. Like in the case here, like you'd be more worried that are investors not going to want to look at the stock.
I think that's not.
And it's not necessarily like the type of people that invest in Intel. I don't know. It's kind of an old head type name, so I don't necessarily think it falls as much under risk of that as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. All right, guys, next on the docket, Tesla releasing their weekly China deliveries, 18,500 cars delivered last week. That's a 1.09% increase from the week prior when they delivered 18,300 cars, up nicely on the day here, up 2/3%. Another headline coming in on Friday that they're recalling, and I use that word really loosely, 120,000 Model S and Model X vehicles in the U.S. due to a risk of the doors unlocking and opening during a crash. And by recall, I'm talking about an over-the-air update. Neil and I joking off camera this morning that my phone has had several recalls this week, as it has had several over-the-air updates, guys. What is the look on Tesla?
It is kind of stupid that's that this is the way that they classify this as a recall because that's the way you talk about it in the industry. Well, if you don't have to take your car in and there's not any inconvenience and it's not a high cost, like, okay, so no inconvenience to the user really, and at the end of the day, the cost is limited because of the way these software rollouts happen, and what are we even talking about here? So we're throwing it out as a catalyst, but you don't need to have a catalyst to trade Tesla. Tesla's the kind of stock that doesn't need individual catalysts to be on a day trading radar, which is good, because it gives you something to go at pretty much every single day. And the 255 level, I don't think this is any rocket science. Just go back the last 7 trading days, 255 resistance, good breakout, then late afternoon resistance on 88. It broke out that level the next day and then held it as support. It then held support again on the 20th, broke down and flushed on that Wednesday. You then closed right back at the 55 level, another opening challenge at the 55, and we're right back underneath 55. So it's simple. Tesla gets above 255, look long. Tesla can't get above 255, look short. And then the other name I look at is going to be Rivian. Pretty much every single time I'm trading EVs, Rivian's important. $24 on Rivian. Thursday and Friday's highs at 24 is resistance there. Shout out to Trader Luke, who's been mentioning 23.60 as a good price on Rivian. As far as a dip buy, 22. If we get to 22 and a half, it's been a good support level. I don't know if you get that dollar flush at the open, but that's another key level there on Rivian. So you're waiting at that periphery, kind of ready to pounce when you get the key price levels on something like a Rivian. Whether or not you can get down to 22 and a half, I don't know, but that's a good level. We had a lot of trading done, and if it were to drop a buck at the open, decent place to look for a bit of a bid.
I do see some people, what's up to Chef Joe and everything like that, who's in the chat here, looking at Alibaba a little bit. Yeah, again, I still think this is going to be a name, man, that we're going to look back and be like, oh, wait, we should have bought this down here, even where it is right now. If this can get figured out, like I said, it's just about the worries about China. We know Charlie Munger. Oh, I said I would look that up. Is it Dan Loeb? There's another big guy that's in Alibaba a lot. I tweeted it out. I'll go back on and find that. But again, I just feel like once you break here and you get all this garbage out of here, then once you break through $80, then Alibaba's off to the races. So it's got to get going today at 77 if it's going to break 80. So nice little move straight to the upside. I don't know really what's causing this. The market is making a move down. We can look at, I don't think it's going to be, actually here, let's look at PDD or something. I don't want to look at something that's necessarily a EV name because of Alibaba. But yeah, see, so Pinduoduo not doing anything, Baidu as well. So this could be name specific, which it looks like it is, with not too much else happening here in any of the other names. So Alibaba looking really good, man. Real clean, almost as if it's open right now. 200,000 shares, nice move straight to the upside, keeps on going. I think Alibaba definitely needs to get looked at here down at $76. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a pullback as we'll check out the imbalance locator just to see if there's anything going on there. No, man, we've got Bros, that's for sure. That's here right now, $31. Yeah, not much else. Unity, Palantir with a sell, which is kind of interesting, I guess. I don't know. Palantir's really not at the levels yet for me to sell anything. I mean, I'm not selling anything of this. I want to buy more down at the bottom. CRM, I mean, again, these are all very, very light volume. You could have, not that you could have, you will have a very, very light volume week, but doesn't mean that there's not going to be wicked opportunities to trade. Just for right now, 8,000 shares done on CRM. So, you really got to watch out for that one. The new guy at Berkshire is Canadian. Oh, that's nice to know. What's his name? D. Westermeyer. We can look that up as well. But yeah, that's pretty cool. What, one person dies and they just replace it with a new person? I mean, I feel like there's a lot of new people at Berkshire all the time, but that's interesting to see. So
I think it's a guy that was there before. I forget his name. I forget the guy's name, but I think he was there before.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's like he got promoted or something.
Yeah, that would make sense. All right, let's go back over to the desk. It's 9:21, 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, interesting look here on Baba, Sean. Interesting that you point that out because it's getting a nice move up out of reports from China that 105 domestic games are going to actually get the approval of the regulator. That comes as amid reports last week that there was going to be a crackdown on online gaming development by the Chinese regulator, which caused an $80 billion market downturn in the Chinese ADRs. But Baba popping up nicely today on the new headlines. All right, guys, next to Bitcoin at 6-day lows below 43,000. ETH also down into that 2,200. No specific news on the name. or any reason why these are all moving down, but coin also getting it to the downside as well, 0.82% for coin. The mining names as well, all red. Mara down 2.25%. Riot, same thing. What's a look?
I think when you look at Bitcoin, we sort of talked about this. I just want to look at the key levels, and if you get to those prices, maybe look for. If we break out at 42.8, I suppose coin can break 175 and go to 180. That's a key price to look at. But I just see that 42.8 on Bitcoin and then the 44,000 level, and those are kind of like the anchor spots for me when I'm looking at the overall charts. So in terms of Coinbase, we talked about 175 over under. If you break out that 2.8 on BTC, I think you can run, and then 180 is your resistance on coin. But for Mara's been a bit of a different story in terms of just how it's a little bit more parabolic. I guess that's the right word. A little more parabolic than Coinbase in the latter stages of this run. So it's been the stronger of the two. I've generally speaking been looking for the longs the last couple of days. I mean, Friday was another good day for the long on Mara. Can it break 28? I don't know. But if we're taking out some of those levels, I would prefer, and Bitcoin, I mean, I prefer to be looking long on Mara as opposed to waiting around for a fade price on Coinbase to get in there. So I still think this is going to provide you with some good volatility. It's got the better short float of the three name. Well, it's got a better short float than Riot at least. If we're going to get something breaking out the 28 level, great. Want to acknowledge 25.5 has been a good support level. If it were to be able to hold that at the open, I'd only be looking longs there. It's coin that I'd much rather set up shorts off of Bitcoin resistance, and that 175 looks like the first level.
All right. Yeah, look, we talked about Mara before. I really like Mara. We've talked about, trading that. We've traded it a couple times last week. We probably will trade it again here today. But I just put an offer right now on here. I don't need a 1 minute chart. I put an offer on Coinbase in case we do get up here, into like this 177, 178 area. It just doesn't seem to be any catalysts right now today for this name, but doesn't mean it can't go. So if it does go, I want to short it into some of this supply up here and then see if we can get a move back down. If you're going to short 178, which I just put it out there close enough to it, you got to give it 177.5. You got to give it at least to 179. So, take your shot there. And if you want to give it to 180, I also would not blame you. So make sure you have enough shares on board that you can hold this against yourself just in case it starts to go a little bit parabolic. Let me just double check here. Like I said, there really is no reason unless Aunt Kathy comes in. And again, we talked more about ARK. You could check out the podcast there. There was some fun stuff about Kathy, but 175, the short float is 14 right now on Coinbase, so something definitely to look at as we get higher and higher in that short float and higher in stock price. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or so straight days to the upside, and even more than that if you just sort of take away that one little blip there. So yeah, huge moves here for Coinbase. I still think it's a short no matter what. There's the imbalances just came out for the NASDAQ, so you get a little bit of a move up there. That just popped up 30 or 40 cents. So before I throw it back to Sharif, let me just see what the NASDAQ imbalances look like. So we're going to ignore bets. Intel with a sell. So there you go. Intel was cruising a little bit, 49.10 down to 48.80. Not a big move, obviously, as volume's still pretty light today. And I don't see anything else that really we're trading. I thought that was ARM, but it's VRM. Palantir still stays there. GPS. I mean, some of these retail names continue to fly here. It's Boxing Day, by the way. Happy Boxing Day, everybody in Canada. Happy birthday to Neil. So it's always good to have your birthday on Boxing Day. Maybe people can go get you better gifts than before because they may be on sale. But I don't know if you want to go to too many stores today. The wife needs to do grocery shopping, and she's like, she's definitely not going to Walmart. I was like, Walmart?
You don't want to go to Walmart or Boxing.
Not today. And
it's not like Black Friday for Americans, but it's like it's our version. It's our version of that. Like it's similar. The day that if you don't have to, you don't want to be in the store.
No, you want to try to avoid that. But who does Black Friday shopping in person anyways anymore? I don't know. Well.
I keep seeing this crazy stuff on the news. You still see like the video of people
going nuts,
going absolutely nuts. But there's so many good deals online. I just feel like you don't have to do any of that stuff anymore, which is fantastic. Go Amazon.
Yeah, go Amazon.
Yeah, I remember Boxing Day growing up was just madness. You couldn't find anywhere to park. All right, guys, Chinese EVs all in positive territory. Li, XPEV, and NIO. Let's have a look here because this is the new NIO that's being released here. It's called the ET9. It's $120 some odd thousand, but I gotta tell you, it looks awfully similar to the Xpeng G6. I mean, these are different cars, but they look awfully similar. It's kind of like that coupe SUV look on both cars. In either case, Li leading the pack today, up 7.17%. NIO not far behind with the new release of the ET9, up 4.5%. XPEV, the laggard here, up 1 3/4, not really getting much of a bounce off Friday's close. Nice look for all these guys. We know that Tesla reported the Chinese deliveries last week, 18,300 cars. Any look here for the Chinese EVs?
I hope so. And look, when you have them gapping up, I think that provides you the opportunity to be able to trade them. We already talked about NIO, so let me at least look at the one that's up the most, which is Li Auto. The issue with Li Auto is a big gap up, which sometimes is a good thing, sometimes a bad thing, but it's not moving pre-market and then low volume. So this could easily fill in the gap, and outside of a breaking 36 and looking longs above, I'm not sure what you want to do with it. I think NIO's the more exciting one. Typically gives you better levels to trade. If it breaks out $9, I think 9 to 9.30 looks good. And then I like the 8.35 to 8.50 level to come back in. If it goes dip by hunting, that's just where it consolidated at the close. One last one, just very, very quickly. Roblox is at the 46 level. It closed on strength despite the crackdown in China on the gamers. And
Roblox went up
above the 46 level. I initially thought maybe you'd get a pullback into 45 because that was the key level on Friday, and at least after that early move. But it looks like the 46 level. The buyers come in above that price. Roblox has been a huge runner, and the fact that it was just a straight buy on this stock after that Chinese crackdown on the gaming names makes it even stronger in my books.
Yeah, Roblox is amazing. I still really feel like it's going to work all day. So that's going to be on our watch list, obviously. All right, so NIO's not on it, but again, watch out for $9 break. I mean, I think it's pretty easy. It's also, whoopsies, it was also the #1 name here on size. So nice little buy there. I feel like whenever you get a big buy imbalance, you could probably just dip right back in again. So I would say, yeah, look for 840, 850. But yeah, I'm going to be on Roblox here to start. I'm also looking at Google on some sort of dips, which it looks like it's trying to dip back in to 141 a little bit. But again, just watch out because the market's going to be a little bit shaky off the open, I would feel like, until we get sort of some of this volume settled out. So I like Google down here at 141. Let's get out of it if it goes too crazy to the downside. And then Intel, we're still looking at that, whether or not that breaks through 50 or does do that dip into 48. But lots happening here as we get ready to rock and roll, obviously.
Yes, sir. It's Boxing Day. We got 20 seconds to the open. Holiday shortened week, but we're back, and the markets are back and trying to get this Santa Claus rally going. Day one was a bit of a nothing burger. Let's see if we get a little more momentum going into it. Let's get on over. There it is, the bell. Adara's ready to go in 2 and 1, and ring it.
All right, we are live.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, here we go. All right, so we're still going to watch out for Intel here, dancing around 48, 49, so not much happening there, kind of as expected. Google trying to make that move, I guess, one way or the other. Nice little move down to 41.50 and then a nice break back up. I guess we'll have to take a little bit of a 142 break long just in case this is the thing that needs to happen. But this could be a little bit of a dangerous break, and if we do have it, we'll get back out at 140, 150. But here comes right in right now. Let's see if Google wants to go through 142. It's 52-week high. It's right here, right now, man, breaking through 142.
Yeah, we're already seeing Intel do battle with the 49 level. Also, NIO starting to pull back. It's at 870, so we're not going to get to that 850 just yet. But Intel doing some battle with the 49 area could come into play a little bit faster than worrying about what's going on in NIO. So yeah, there is. We dipped under the 4880. If I see buyers step up, which I haven't yet at the 49 level, I'll look for an initial long on Intel. Now they're starting to step up. Size on the bid at 15 on Intel. 13.
All right, I mean, already. There's the 142 break, man. We're long at 142.05 right now. So as it just continues to go to the upside. Oh man, like I said, I love coming in every day. And so there's a nice little move there for Google, we're only out of a third of it, so let's wait to see. I want to get another piece out right now in the middle. Okay, here we go, into the 40s, into the 50s. Let's go, Google, man. If the market rips, I'm pretty sure that we have this one right now pretty good for Google. So let's go bang to start the day off for everybody here right now. Okay, 49 break. We weren't too interested in this until it gets to 250. So we will wait for that one. But so far, so good here on a nice little start for the day, man. I mean, there it is. It's a nice breaker on Google. We are now out of 2/3. We talked about that. Still could easily fade back in. So let's watch out for that. Roblox as well coming back through 46 right now, trying to get some longs if Roblox does come back in as well. So far, a little chill. Let's see if Google wants to go. It's sort of slowing down here in the 20s.
Yeah, Intel made the break here. That size that was there at 49.13, I took along in front of its 17s and 18s, got filled at 29, and then just got out when that size broke. So kind of a quick little scalp trade in there. I'll look for what I think can be next, which is some more buying in front of the 49 level, but just want to be scalping it while we're being patient. It hasn't really tested or retested those lows. Tesla's trying to get above 255, so that is going to be on watch. NIO not doing anything at all, and I think you already mentioned Roblox, but I'll just get to it. It's broken the high, the pre-market top, it's broken the pre-market bottom, and still kind of barcoding. So no definitive move here yet in Roblox. I'm just going to be sticking to Intel 49. NIO's now starting to fly. It's at 892, so NIO pretty close to that $9 break.
All right, guys. Yeah, things are really starting to break around here a little bit as well. We did get a little bit of a reload here on Google up to the upside, but it is kind of struggling there. We just got, like, look at this, man. This is the thing. Like, you guys got to trade your own stuff. We talk about this all the time, but we just got along 142.04 and just took a piece out there at 25. So, you know, it's the scalping nature. It's back and forth again as well here today. The market's pretty weak, actually, to start off a little bit. I mean, it's a nice move up to 1703 and then right back into 17016. But you know what? It's kind of still holding above VWAP, so I still feel pretty strong about some of these longs. I'm going to get out, I think, if we break back down below 140, 150 and then regroup this stock. If Google does go down, I'm only in this one position right now. Intel, obviously, through 49. I know that was sort of a little bit of a quick one there for Neil, but for me, I'm not super ready for that yet. Let me just check out there on AMD to see what's going on. So 140, this was another key level. I actually haven't done that much work on a lot of these levels. I'm very specific on what names I want to trade today, and we've been just trading those. So far, so good. NIO, people are saying, starting to go a little bit now. 9. Okay, so watch out for that $9 break.
That ARBB, we're just going to call it ARB or whatever. I don't know the name of the company there. Looks like we have an early halt to the upside.
Okay, folks, we are live on YouTube. We are trading the Forex markets on the MetaTrader 5. We are actually looking for, we're going to stick with some Bitcoin for right now. We're going to pull the Bitcoin chart up, and this is what we're looking at. Refresh. So you don't want to have to hear myself, so I have to monitor my other monitor. All right, so we've got Bitcoin up. We can actually pull up, what's going on here? Let's see what's going on. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to pull up our trading view chart, and we're going to chart out what we're going to look for in the market today. So as we look at the weekly chart, we can see that Bitcoin has been rallying up to the upside. And to show you, we're going to go to the monthly. So now we were up here at 44,000 before the weekend. I think it was. There's Friday. Yeah, Friday. So Friday, we were down here. No, we weren't down there. Oh, I'm looking at a monthly chart. Forgive me. Okay, let me switch to the daily. And we're looking at Friday is here. We go up. We were down, so we're looking for it to reach back up into the 4400s, 44,000s, sorry. So what we're going to do is we're going to plot this out. We're going to get rid of these lines here so that way we can start fresh. Okay, so now that we've got a fresh chart going, we're going to plot this out. We're on a daily time frame. We're on a daily chart on the TradingView side, and we're going to be on a daily chart on the Pocket Options Forex side. So now we've got that established. Let's go ahead and see what we can establish in a trend. So we know that this is a uptrend. So we'll put a uptrend bar here from this point. We'll just keep on going from that point to this point. Oh, I have to move the screen up. I was getting down into the volume area, and it wouldn't. My keys wouldn't move. So now that we look, we can establish that we're trying to get the market to go down and go up. So remember what I said when we're looking for pivot points or looking for ceilings and floors. What I do is I go to my indicators. Oh, we got indicators already up. So we pull down the indicators, and what we do is we look at the Ishimoku cloud. Remember when I said yesterday you look for peaks and valleys? So the cloud actually is one good indicator that will let you know the forecasts for the future, you might want to say. So this forecast for the future says that the cloud says it will continue in an uptrend, which once we change the time frame, it tells a different story. So we might change the time frame to 1 hour. Now that we've changed it to an hour, we have to then blow up the screen so that we can see, actually, we were on a daily chart, so we can actually see now this is that one candle. This is that candle, that whole candle that we've seen in the daily. So in an hourly chart, we see that this was a strong bottom. See how the peak touched here? And you have these two bodies. Don't worry about the wicks. The wicks actually tell you, that's a good indication on how far the market will drop. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait, and we're going to put our marks. We're going to get a horizontal line. If you guys don't know how to use TradingView, put in the chat, and then we can get together and I can teach you how to use TradingView. But we're going to put a horizontal line there. That's going to be our floor, so that way we know where we're at in the market as in market structure. So we pull this down a little bit. And again, we're looking for another sharp peak like this, okay? These aren't really sharp peaks, okay? So even if they're a bottom sharp peak, that is a good pivot point. But you can see like this one right here, here, that's a good one. That's a good one. But unless we get a bounce all the way back up to the 44s, we're going to put a horizontal line here, because that's the highest peak of where the coin did a reversal. Right here, you can see right here, look, you got a bull run that came up, it poked through, but it ended up being pushed down by the bears, pushed all the way down here to 43,463. So we're looking at coming above maybe, if we look at this right here, there's a nice peak there. So that might be a turning point. It looks like if we were going to try to set an established point, this would be a point, that would be a point right there, but that's going more on the downside. So the cloud is telling us that it will be trending down. So we're looking at this going back to this line. And once it goes back to this line, then we want to think about entering a trade to go back up to maybe even 43,000. If we can get it back up to 43,000, let's see what kind of profits we can take. So if we go for a long position and we're looking at the market being right here, we're going to put our stop below this, okay, because this peak is already gotten, already has been tested. So we said 43,000, even 43,000 right here. That's going to be about 100 and the ratio isn't even going to be 1 to 5. 1, okay, there's a 1. Okay, here is, if we go back up here to the 44,000 and let it ride, that is a 3 to 6 ratio. So we're looking for the market to come back down, hit this resistance. If the market chooses, we may revisit down here like we did in the past. You can see we revisited the 42,000s. So stay tuned. We're going to be monitoring our trading view chart, but we're going to leave it here on the Bitcoin chart, and we are going to activate the Ichimoku cloud. We can see that we're looking for maybe a pullback to, what was that? We said a pullback to 42,386. So that's 42,386. 42. What we're going to have to do is we're going to have to put it at a different time frame. Let's try it from the 1 hour chart so we can see 42,000. It's still going to be, let's see if we go to 4 hour chart. Okay, here we go. 42,000. What was it? 42,386. 42,382. So we'll say right there. We're looking for this to come right back down here and smack that. So we got our line. We got this horizontal line here. Wow, that was pretty close. Okay, now that we've got that line established, this is what we're waiting for. We're going to lock it in, and we're going to change it to an hour time frame. Now we have our target point is going to be here, and then this is where we're going to think about going in, because if it does continue, then we'll have to look at a different pivot point. So I'm going to put that on I'll put it on the 5-minute time frame so we can see right here. It says 5 minutes, so every 5 minutes a new candle will form, and we'll see how this goes. So I want to thank you for joining me again. This has been Michael Hayes with the Living Legacy Group. We're trading live on the Pocket Options platform. We monitor the Trading View or Traders TV Live to monitor the markets, and then we come over to our Pocket Options platform and we place our trades. I like Pocket Options because it's easier to get into the platform. It doesn't take thousands of dollars. The Living Legacy Group company, it's a company that is a network marketing company, and we market Pocket Options, and we market iTrust Capital, and we market Engrave cold wallets. We do this because of the fact that if we can establish a small second income opposed to your permanent income, we don't know what that is, you might want to get into the trading field to make that the new career. But we are using these platforms to build wealth, and after we build our wealth, then we transfer from the Pocket Options platform, we transfer our money to iTrust Capital. Now, in iTrust Capital, we can do the same thing. We can do, actually, I'm going to pull iTrust up here. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull it up on another browser and drag that browser over. It would be easier. It would be easier. All right, I'm going to log in. We're going to be getting some texts. Oh, okay. Okay, service notice. Okay. So right now, I'm going to drag this screen over, and we're going to place it right. Oh, we can't place it right there. So we're going to open it up. All right. So this is the platform that we take our Bitcoin from our live trading platform, any profits that we get, and we transfer them into our iTrust Capital account. Now, in our iTrust Capital account, we can. I started this account 2 months ago, and it's already grown. With a $1,000 deposit, I've got $666.49, and that's in Bitcoin and in Sand. We like Sand because that is a part of the Sandbox, which is supported by Solana, and what is the big Meta Universe? It's not Meta, but it's the other one. I got Meta on my mind, but we're not going to get into that discussion. But from here, you can actually trade in the markets too. You can pull up any one of the cryptocurrencies, and you can actually just go ahead, and if you don't want to trade on the Pocket Options platform, you can actually get your coin here, okay? And you can buy and you can sell. So we don't have any funds that all our funds are allocated, so it's not going to open this up. But here you can watch the or you can watch the chart. This is a daily chart. See, it's not going to be as broke down like the Pocket Options chart or anything like that. So that's why we choose to make our trades here and then transfer our money or our coins into iTrust Capital. We transfer the money into iTrust Capital because this is a holding. This is how we hodl. We take our Bitcoin and we hodl our Bitcoin. We hold it. We're looking for a $78,000 moonshot. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. I know most of my friends are looking for that. So that's how we use iTrust Capital. And then when it comes to Engrave, if you have funds that you want to if you have, oh, that's not right. It's just coins that if you got coins that you want to pull out of iTrust Capital, or if you got coins that you want to pull straight from the market and put it into your cold wallet, you can do that. And the only cold wallet that I know around is Engrave, and I'm an Engrave holder. Let me do this right. Now look at this. Thanks for being patient. This is the Living Legacy Group. We are live. Okay. The coldest wallet on the planet. Now, when it comes to cryptocurrencies, we like to teach you the different types of currencies. We like to show you the good and the bad. It's not, cryptocurrencies aren't currencies that are laundered through different, mobs, and they've got all of these things that have people in fear of, looking at cryptocurrencies as a part of their portfolio. So this is Engrave. What it entails is this is your wallet, okay? It's unencrypted. There's no USB, there's no NFT, so there's no way anybody can hack this wallet. And with this platform called Graphy, this is where you keep your keys. You remember, if you don't know about coins or cryptocurrencies, usually when you get a wallet, a cold storage wallet, you'll get some keyword phrases that you have to either write down or type or whatever. You don't want to leave those keys in your computer, because if your computer crashes, you can't get those keys. You can put it on a piece of paper, but then you take the risk of what happens if something goes wrong. They get washed, fire, or anything like that. With Graphy, this is stainless steel, and it's a platform. Let me get I haven't fired this thing up in such a long time. Let me get mine out. Show you. So this is my Engrave wallet, okay, and it comes with the Graphy. Now when you get, it's still about $500, so I bought the whole. This is actually a good deal. I paid a little bit more for mine, but it is the coldest wallet on the planet, and it's the only cold wallet I will recommend and promote. So back to the charts. Like we said, we're looking for this to trace down to this point here, and after we get to this point, see this wick, how it's so long? This is kind of a telltale sign, like it's gonna keep going down and then it may go back up. So that's why we're going to monitor this. We might take off the indicators. We're going to take off Ichimoku, but we're going to at least use the 10 moving average. That's a 10 moving average. The 10 moving average lets us know where the market is. It above or is it below? Are we in a uptrend or are we in a downtrend? So this is what's going to be on the screen for a little while, because we only take one trade at a time. Down here, you'll see the positions that we hold. So I like to, even though I know Bitcoin right now is trying to continue in a downward motion. See, that's big. So we're gonna zoom in. When you look at it on a higher frame, see, this has got 9 hours before this candle changes. So you see this action under here. We got a feeling that this is going to be making its way past. We're looking for it to go past here. We're looking for a pullback or a retracement. Hold on one second. I've got a phone call. So we're live. Sorry about that. I didn't even realize that the screen was up. But listen, I'm going to show you how I'm going to leave the office, and I'm still going to be able to make my trades remotely, because with using pocket options, I can take my phone anywhere and I can still make my trades. So you might see a trade come up. We're still going to monitor. We're looking at this to come down. We're looking at, I'm going to put a trend line here. So what we're looking at this candle. Let's put it on the 1 hour chart. Let's go this way with it. Okay. So we're gonna see if this will go as low as here, and if it does, and if it stops and turns around, then we know it's got to be a candle that's gonna be solid. It's got to be a Mirabushi candle. I got to learn how to say that word. Mirabushi. Mirabashi? I don't know. It's got to be either a strong turnaround or a strong pullback to see if the coin just keeps going down. And we'll see what lows it reaches for tomorrow. If we don't make a trade today, we take our time, because we know that being impatient, you can blow up your accounts really, really easily. So we don't want that. We want you to be able to make money. We'll be making small trades. Our trades will be less than 2% of our balance. That puts our trade lot value at 0.00. That means if we do make a trade, we need to know that our lot amount is $8.52 for 0.1 lot. So if we don't know what lots are, that's where we can get together and like some of the other guys I see out here, they're giving information. I'm giving you this information. All I do is ask that you like, subscribe, put the notification bell up, then open yourself a Pocket Options account and use the demo mode, and let's get you used to trading. If you're just a hodler and you're interested in crypto and you heard about what's going to be happening, the Bitcoin halving, this is a second chance to get into the game and possibly, earn a lot of money during this halving. This halving will be probably next year, but if you start now, we're going to be able to get you educated enough to make your educated decision on if you want to start a regular, you can transfer your regular, some of your IRA, you can transfer some of your 401k, or you can start a brand new SEP. That's a self-employment IRA, and all it takes is a $1,000 deposit, and then you can hold the $1,000 in there until you get the hang of watching the markets, watching the charts, watching how the coins handle in the market, what's hot, what's trending. There's going to be a lot of coins coming out because there's a lot of activity in these programs. And what I'm going to explain to you is what the differences are between altcoins and stable coins. Stable coins are going to be more of your Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and things like that. Altcoins are the coins that are utility tokens that are not farmed, but these tokens build income for the projects that are being executed. So there's, like the metaverse. What is the other? Sandbox? That's all I knew is Sandbox. So the Sandbox is a virtual reality world where you can go in and you can buy property. We'll dive deep into that on the Living Legacy Group channel. We won't be probably doing that live. We will have some recorded things so that way you can run it back. You can watch this again, run it back. If you leave your comments in the comments section, if you want to see a different pair, if you want a different coin pulled up, just let me know. I will change that for you and we will walk through together and do our own technical analysis to see where that actual the coin, the activity in the coin, should say. So I've got to run out, and I will be monitoring the channel for any questions or anything like that. So sit back and relax, and we're going to just follow Bitcoin today. Thanks for joining, and we'll see you in a little bit. Thanks for hanging out. This is Mike Hayes with the Living Legacy Group. You are watching live. Pocket options. We're trading Bitcoin. We were talking about this price reaching this level. We knew that it was probably going to go down. So I was actually out monitoring. So that way I don't really have to, with pocket options, I can get in anywhere. And we're going to refresh the screen because we did change the time frame to the 15-minute time frame. So now that we see that we broke that level, I do believe it's going to do a continuation because of the fact that you can see that it's riding underneath the 10 simple moving average. We've got a downward motion. That's a downtrend. If we were going to break this down even more, we could actually go to the 1 minute scale, and we can only go as far as 1 minute on pocket options, but if we were going to go and use TradingView, we could get down to, I think that's only 1 minute too. So we're into the 1 minute scale right here. So right here, what I would look at is it going to be a continuation pattern, or is it going to go into consolidation? So you see that we came down here with these bearish candles. We have a pullback. We went down again. There's another pullback, and then we went and it dipped. This is where I said, hey, look at that big wick. This is that big wick right here. There's some other glasses. So we look at it, and the bear or the bulls pushed it back up, and this is where it closed off. And so we knew that it was going to go past this level. Now, if you look right here, okay, see how this came down? This made this level. It's not the only point, but wherever the point was back testing, we knew that was a strong level, a strong line. So once that bounced off of there, it went up, but it did not break the 10 moving average. So that tells me that it was a very weak bounce. It only bounced up to the 10 moving average. It peaked over and slammed through this this floor. This floor right here. So once it did, it pounced back up, and it went and did it. This is where we got in this morning. I know this arrow, this line isn't right, but this morning it was right here. Let me, I'm going to put a marker. Okay, so let's go with the 4 hour. So looking at, put this little rectangle. Let me make it a small one. Oops. We were looking at this, it was actually this candle. Yeah. Or was it, man, I should have marked it this morning. I think it was about around here, because we were looking at it going down and see if it was going to touch. We said we were hoping it was going to touch and go through, and then if it was a strong line of resist or support, then we were going to see if it would poke through to go back to this level here. We were looking for it, remember, because we had the Ishimoku clouds on, and it was it was actually a peak strong. That's where we got this line from. That's where we got the line from. So now that we're looking, I look for it to continue down. It's Tuesday. I wouldn't look for another pull back until maybe Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, maybe Wednesday. So this is what I usually do. So I'll come to my trading view charts, and I will look at the news. Okay. There are usually if news pops up, it'll pop up down here in the screen. But we're going to look at BTC. And let's see. Where's the news? Watch list. Advanced view. Nope. Can't find it there. Oh boy. Where is the news? The economy? Right here? Nope. Nope, that ain't it. But anyways, so check this out. This is what I look at. I get on my trading view chart. We are on a 1 hour time frame. So I switch to the monthly chart and I pull myself back. Now look, we can see I've had marks here. I've got a Fibonacci here. This tells the tail. So when you're looking at a monthly time frame, we see we're in an upward trend. This is an upward trend. We can see that this is where the 44,000 was. We're expecting this Bitcoin halving, and there's going to be a lot of activity. And everybody is, some guys are saying 78,000 by summer. Or it could happen. We don't know when it could happen. That's why we're watching it so intently. But what I wanted to show you is when you look at this Ichimoku cloud, we can see that this may be still a consolidation point because, see, I had already mapped out these zones. See where the blue lines are? I mapped those out last week. Or this is going back. This is going too far, Mike. So this right here is December. This is November. So we're actually, when I started with the pocket options, I was down here because we had bought it at 30 or 40. No, we bought it at 42. And it went down to 39 and got us in trouble. We had over leveraged ourselves. We didn't even put a stop on it. We were learning, use your stops. But what I'm trying to say is for the month of December, this candle still has 5 days and 8 hours. So we're looking for this to shoot back up and then maybe come around 45, 46, 47 and come back down, okay? Because this, you got to follow this cloud. This is telling us there's a up and coming down trend. And if you go back, you can look, remember these sharp points here? These were lines of either support or resistance, depending on where it was located. So support and resistance. We can actually go back, or actually we're back at 2015. So we would go forward, Mike. Let's go with the weekly chart. See what I mean? Even with the weekly chart, we tend to come out of this cloud that was below. We have a peak here. It's not a real sharp peak, but if we scroll back, we might be able to find a sharper peak. See, this is where I was at over here. Like right like right there or right there. Yeah, because we missed this one. It could, this right here. That might be it right there. I'm pretty sure, because this is where I got in all last week. And this is the movement that has happened all last week. Well, this is, oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at months. So, I apologize. I'm looking at this wrong. I'm on a monthly or a weekly chart. So here's, let's go to a daily chart so I can, I feel really goofy now. Okay. November. Thanksgiving, December. Yeah, because I got in up here. It went all the way down here, and I rode it up to here, and then it slammed me again, and I was out. Because this is December 19th, 20th, and Bitcoin doesn't stop, so it always runs, even on holidays. Oh, we can see it moving, and that's in the daily time frame. So there's some action going on, actually. So believe it or not, this may still dip down into this area. Somebody did say we could revisit 38,000. That will shake up some wallets. Real bad. Real bad. So if there's a pair, or if there's a stock or something that you want to see, let's check out what's going on with the traders. Oh, its stream ended 26 seconds ago. We just missed the stream. It's 11 o'clock. Oh yeah, it's definitely. So the markets are going to be kind of calm. There's not going to be a lot going on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to throw up here the 4 charts that I have invested, that I'm interested in. It's NVIDIA, Occidental. I've got some trades in Occidental. I'm waiting for those guys to go up. We like to follow the S&P 500 because we can turn on Yahoo Finance and see what's going on in the markets. This is our Bitcoin chart. So we're going to ride it out. And we're going to change, let's see. We're going to ride it out. And we'll be back. Thanks for tuning in. This is the Living Legacy Group. This is our live trading platform during the markets of the New York Exchange. We'll be live from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Thanks for stopping by. Please give us a like, a subscribe, and a thumbs up. I think like and thumbs up is the same thing. But hit that notification bell to find out when we'll be updating and giving you some lessons. And this is the brand new channel. Thanks. We'll be back. Hey, I want to thank you for hanging in there. This is Mike Hayes of the Living Legacy Group. I want to just give you a shout out. Say congratulations on your choice to become a professional trader. This is not like all the other trading platforms out there on the YouTube where you're actually not really trading. They're actually recording their trades, and they're not actually trading live like I am. So we're trading live. Today is the day after Christmas at 12 p.m. in the afternoon, and this is Bitcoin. We're trading Bitcoin today. We're actually, watching Bitcoin, watching the market, watching how the structure will be for today. So we were going to think about putting a trade in, but we want to see if this area here is a consolidation for this downtrend here. So we're going to wait for a little bit to see if it goes down a little bit more. We want to kind of get it down into the 42 right down here. We're going to use this as a level, so we can take our line here. We'll unlock it, and we'll drag it down to this. See how these candles, they have two flat bottoms. So we know any candles that have a flat bottom. I'm not a professional, teacher, but what I've learned is when you have these flat bottoms, that is a support, because it didn't go through. It bounced up and it changed direction. But since it only changed direction right here, let's see if this candle, we're going to zoom it in more. We're going to see if this candle is going to break this. Let's go ahead and put another line. We're going to put it right here. Because see, to me, that's looking like a consolidation, because it's going boing. It's not even coming all the way down, but it's not going through, and it's not all the way here. Let's put this down. That's our support. Now this is our resistance. So we were saying the way support and resistance, this is a buildup to either break out or continue down. Myself, I've got a feeling that it will continue down into the 4200s down here because of this big wick. This big wick right here that you see. Because of that big wick, I do believe it will travel down in that area. And that's where we want to go ahead and pick that trade up again, because see, we want to buy low and sell high. So if we were to start here and bought here, we would be buying high. I consider that buying high, because you would actually look at the charts in an hourly time frame, and you could see it says we're buying at low. We're in a downtrend here. But if you look at these candles here, they go all the way down. Those are signals to tell you that this area has been tested. This support has been tested. And now this resistance or ceiling is being tested right now because of the fact that there's a green candle that hasn't penetrated this resistance line. See, actually, you can see it. We're going to go back to the 1 minute chart. You can actually see that it's pushing back down. Here you go. Right there, you can see. Now we've got a graveyard doji there. So that's indecision. Now the decision has been made. Now check this out. We are in this 1 minute time frame. We are above the 10 simple moving average, moving up. So we're going to see if this ceiling is going to be broken through. There, see, look how it did that reversal. Did you see that? That was a reversal. So those are called, sometimes they call them fake breakouts. But that's why we have to be really careful on where we place our trades so our trades don't go in the opposite direction, and I've learned that the hard way. So the reason I made this channel is to really go in depth with the people that want to really change their lifestyles with trading, either with the stocks or the indices or with cryptocurrency. So I don't want to get too long-winded out here, but I did want to bring that aware that this is the Living Legacy Group. We are live today. It is 12:06, and we'll be back in a few minutes. We're going to watch this thing play out. We're going to look to see if this is a consolidation zone. See how it stays in the boundaries? Right here, it stays into the boundaries. See, now check this out. If we were to back this up and see this coming down, I'm willing to bet there is a point where this line had been broken, or it was a resistance, and now it's being used as support. So stay tuned. We're going to continue to monitor the markets, and hopefully we'll get a downtrend. We want to get into our trade around the 4,200 or 42,000 range. We want to get back into the trade and try to ride it up to at least getting to the 44,000 range. Again, thanks for stopping by. Give me a like, a thumbs up, support us by subscribing, and then open yourself a Pocket Options account. It's free. You just need a email address, and they will give you a account that's going to be in demo with, you can put as much as 50,000 imaginary dollars in there, so you can actually start to practice. We practice nightly on the OTC market, and then we practice on the weekdays. We also have courses that we feed from other channels. I don't claim to know all of the things that I need to know about. I've been in trading for 5 years now, and I decided, hey, I think I know a little bit enough to start this channel off. Everybody that's joined right now, when you join today or when you subscribe today, you're at the ground floor of a astronomical opportunity to grow a huge second income. This is a second income. I don't want anybody to quit their job or anything, because I'm telling you, when you start to win your trades and you start to see the money roll in, you have to then think about the longevity, because it took me 5 years to get where I'm at, and I'm still not into the black, but there's no way that I can quit and stop and just leave it alone, because this market is a $7 trillion market, and the money is there for the grabbings for the ones that are brave enough to endure the learning curve and all the things that incorporates to learning how to be a professional trader. So thanks for joining. Stay tuned, and we'll be back in a little bit. Folks, look at this. I think it might be a breakout. Don't really know, but we're looking at this candle right here. See this deviation from the simple 10 moving average, so we can actually see that this could possibly break out. If it does not, then I think this will be the reversal that will send us back into this downtrend here. So this would be called a downtrend continuation until we can figure out if this is consolidation. I don't care what anybody says. That's consolidation. That's consolidation. So it's consolidating. It's 12 o'clock in the afternoon. The markets kind of do run together per se because of the dollar average. So if we pulled up the chart on the dollar, we could see how it's going for today, because today is right after Christmas, and a lot of people, they tend to go back to the shops and return things and exchange, and so there will be just as much money changing hands, because the stuff that they had for Christmas on sale, now it's going to be on clearance, if you get what I mean. So that's what we actually look for. We're going to turn on Yahoo Finance. I wish I could, maybe if I could get their app and try to pull it up on our screen, we can see what the economy is doing today. But we wanted to make that note that if that does break out, it could be a false breakout. And what I mean by a false breakout is if this candle goes above, people will get excited because they're waiting for this trend to start back up. This was a huge drop over the weekend. If we were started at $44,000, if we reached the weekend high or the week high, to have a low to start the week, at our low was $42,078. So now, okay, check it out. We're gonna see if it's gonna bust through. Now, if it busts through, we gotta wait to see if it continues to go. If it reaches the 42, it has to go past 42,400 before I will get in or even think about it, because I need to know that this is the lowest point. I'm buying low, selling high. So thanks for listening to me, and we're going to go back to watching the charts. like right here, let me show you this. This is a good idea, Mike. So now I've pulled up my screens. What I want to do is try to actually lift those up. Let me see if I can lift those up a little bit. Okay, so like right here, let me show you this. Let me pull this down a little bit. So now I've pulled up my screens. What I want to do is try to actually lift those up. Okay, so this point here, if you can see these peaks, these little points right here, this is what we're calling our floors. Okay, so if you looked at TradingView, we could actually put a line right there. See how it bounced? It came here, bounced, went up, came back down, bounced, and it could. This is where I knew I was looking at a continuation down into the down levels because of this cloud right here. This cloud, you see this cloud? So I'm pretty sure this would be pushing down further. It's already started past the 42,000 mark, like we had, predicted that it would. We said that we were going to wait till it got down in here before we were going to make a trade in the market. And remember how I said that we wanted to, watch these here. See this is a breakout. See, it kind of tells me, look at that continuation. Now it broke to the downside. We still want it to go to the very, very bottom before we open a trade, because you don't want to get caught up here. Because if it continues down, that means your account will go into the negative. We don't want the accounts to go into the negative. We want them to stay positive. So I brought these two up. I might want to change this. Let me change this theme to the dark mode. It's kind of hard to see in dark mode, but now you can definitely see both of these separate charts. This is TradingView, this is Pocket Option. So they're very similar. They might be off by a couple cents, but we can always rely on this chart to make the correct entries and exits. Thanks for joining me. This is Michael Hayes of the Living Legacy Group. You're watching Living Legacy Trading Live with Pocket Options using the MT Trader 5 platform. Stay tuned for more, and we'll be watching the charts. Okay, this is what I've been waiting for. Look at that drop. Told you it was going to drop. So right now we have to still wait for a pullback, and then we're going to make our trade. We're going to make our trade. We want to make it for a buy. We're going to buy. So we want to get at the lowest point. Keep on. Look at that. I told you. Look at that volume. See this volume right here? Look how much is being. I knew it was going to drop. I knew it. We might go around and see. Oh boy, look at that juicy drop. Woo! Oh, see, that's what stops people out. That's what breaks people right here. I'm glad you're seeing this live. We are live right now. This is the Living Legacy Group. We trade Bitcoin. We trade other things too, but Bitcoin is our usual go-to trade. So here we go. Here we go. Here's a pullback. So we gotta be precise because see, those are falsies. They might get you. So we're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting for a nice pullback. Green candle. We got a green candle. Now see, we want to look at this. We want to make sure this is going to be a peak. If this turns into a peak, we're going to buy. This turns into a peak, we're going to buy. And wait for it. Wait for it. Look at this chart. Wait for this one because we are on a 5-minute. That second candle, once that second candle goes, it may still continue to go down. This is a nice pullback. Look how pointy that lag time is on the Ishimoku. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, we're waiting for that next candle, and it's a Marabushi candle. It's bigger than the normal candle. This is a impulse. Look at that sharp impulse down. We're waiting. We're waiting. And no, I want to pull the trigger, but I want to make sure that this isn't going to be. Oh, that's a nice peak right there. There we go. See how it fell back down? We want to wait. We want to keep waiting. We don't want to pull the trigger yet. I know it's exciting. I know I want to. I don't know why my music shut off. Oh, there it is. But anyways, let's follow this. See how it dropped again? Told ya. That would have got a lot of people too, because people were looking at that impulse going up. They're looking at that impulse going up, going, wow, I need to get in. I need to get in. Buy. But then they're going to slowly find out that, nope, that's not really the place to be. So, there we go. There we go. We're waiting for it to come back up. We're waiting for it to come back up. There could be a continuation down, but we want to make sure. See, this isn't even minutes, 5 minutes. We got to put the enable timer and everything like that. It's on there. So, oh yeah, we got 2 minutes to go. We got 2 minutes and 33 seconds to go before we go into another candle. We got 2 minutes and 28 seconds over here. That candle will decide. See, this tells me that it will continue down because of this long wick. Okay, it may pull back up into this area. We'll take some lines and we'll draw them down, but it may pull back into this area, but I really don't think so. I really do think we might even see 39,000. That was a big dip. That was a mini crash. That was a mini crash, what we call those. So we're going to keep continuing to monitor the markets. You have tuned into the Living Legacy Group Live. It's live trading. It is 12:43. This is why you really can't take your eye off if you're going to trade during these hours. You really have to be dedicated if you are going to be trading during the New York session, because I don't know how it works, but those fluctuations from Bitcoin causes all the other coins to react. So we're going to, should we pull the trigger? We only got 1 minute left. Let's wait that whole minute out to see what that next candle is going to be. Because look, this is a huge drop, and that's a big wick. That's a nice resistance. There's a nice line there. We're going to go ahead and put our line right there, and we're going to see if it will bounce up and then bounce back down. There could be the chance that it might go back up to this area and then slam down again, because look at that cloud, it's down there. So we have to be careful. So I would say that was an impulse to get money, to get buyers in. I'm going to wait. I'm going to sit by the sidelines and wait, and I'll let you know when I am ready to pull the trigger. Thanks. What I want to bring to your attention is this little activity we got going here. I told you, when you lose enough money to know, you know when to check these charts to the best of your knowledge. What you're looking at is, on the pocket option side, is a 4-hour chart, and then on the trading view side you have the 5-minute chart. We're going to watch both of them so you can actually see how this thing goes in action. And like I said, we're looking for a pull to the backside because of the fact that we got all this action that needs to be revisited as a pullback, as a reversal. So we're going to continue to watch the markets. Thanks for tuning in. Like, subscribe. So after thinking about it for a little bit, I decided to go and put myself a put trade in. To the downside, we're going to see if we can get some profits off of this. We're going to switch over to the position side so you can actually see where the position is. There it is. So we're going to check it out, see what it does. Thanks for tuning in. This is the Living Legacy Group channel, live trading. Not 24 hours, but we'll be on here until 4 p.m. to close that trade out because it's still early in the day. It's 1:17. People are just now starting to get back from lunch. And the market should start hopping again, so I don't want to be caught with my pants down and get overdrawn. So we're going to watch the markets. So stay tuned. So I'd like to give you another heads up. What I like to look for in the market is I look at my volume, and I can tell where my volume is going to be through the keys here. So once they start to giddy up and pick up, you can notice the volume will grow here, and if it goes beyond that 20, this is, you see this little bitty line right here on my volume key. This is a 20 simple 20 moving average. So this actually tells me once this breaks that average, it usually will do an impulse. If it's down here in these areas, usually it's going to be like maybe a consolidation or a pullback. But you'll notice as the candles come down, the volume goes up. So with each and every movement of the market, we want to be aware of the volume. It's not just the candles that are going up and down. When we can notice that the volume is being, when you're buying, when there's a lot of action in the volume, those are the particular points where you want to try to get in and get your trades entries in. And I can show you later on how I've been able to identify the trends in the market, what time. So the reason I like to trade live on the daily is because I can show you exactly where these impulses, that was today's impulse. So I really think that since it was an impulse to the down like that, we are going to go down into the downside. And I've been learning that, trading on the downside is kind of profitable. I only collected like 46 cents, but still, we always know Bitcoin crashes. So why don't you just put a trade in, put a trade down on the market and catch it when it goes down, and then when it starts to go back up, just cancel out your order, and you have probably made a profit. So we're waiting for this. Actually, we're waiting for this to come back down and either hit this line or go back up, or hit this line and come back down. The cloud is telling us that it's going down, but let's change the time frame. Let's go to an hour chart. We can see that it is correct in its assumption. This is going back down. See this? Remember I said this big wicks down here? Look at all that volume. Look at all that volume that was played in that downward move. So we're going to wait for it to go even lower. It could, I've seen it go down to 40,000. So it may go down to 40,000. It may stop where at this green line and start its way back up. But we're definitely going to wait before we put our trade in. We will probably trade to the downside once we can verify this candle. Once we verify this candle goes over underneath that one, we will put a put trade in, and that put trade will ride that to see if we can make a couple bucks off of it. Thanks for tuning in. This is the Living Legacy Group. We're trading live using the Pocket Options MT Trader 5 platform. We trade Bitcoin. We trade all sorts of currencies. We usually want to trade cryptos. We do like to trade the foreign exchange, and we do commodities, indices, and stocks too. So, thanks for joining, and stay tuned for more content. So as I look at the chart here, this is either going to go to this bottom support level. See how we get this green up here? So I think it will go bam. It will go right back up to here, but I don't think it's going to break the 42,161. I don't think it's going to break that. I think it'll go right here, and then I think it will continue to go down. Stay tuned for more. to the Living Legacy Group here live, trading on Pocket Options using their Pocket Options platform with the MT Trader 5 Forex broker platform or trading charts. I hope I can get that right, but this is where we ran into trouble last time. See, when we made our trade, we did not remember that we have I'm going to show my position. This is my position. Now we're negative $1.07. So this is why I said we have to wait until we get to the lowest point, because now I should have waited until we got out of this green cloud here to go back down. But now that we're here, and if we start to go back down in this area, I will probably open another position up higher to compensate for the $1.16 that we are lacking. So this is the Living Legacy Group live trading from Romulus, Michigan. Please like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to know when we're going to be live next. I cannot believe it. This is what I mean. You walk away from the charts for 1 second, and we got that big influx of a down push, it didn't push down to where we needed, but I got a feeling with this big long wick right here, this thing is going to be headed down. That's just what I've seen in the past. This is on a 1 minute scale. So we're going to stay tuned to see what else happens. Thanks for joining. So look at that big push down. That's what we want to see. Look at that big push down. We got in on that trade. So hopefully we can make up some ground and make some money on this trade. So we're looking at, oh yes, that's what we want. We want that to keep coming on down, baby. Yeah, that's what we like. And we'll close out the trades as we make the dollars. Look at that big push down. That's what you are listening and watching Living Legacy Group. This is the live channel. This is where we do live trading from Pocket Options. Thanks for tuning in. This is Michael Hayes with the Living Legacy Group, and this is our live trading channel where we'll have constant trading from the Pocket Options platform. This is not be a recorded per se, but it is being DVR'd, so that way you can come back and watch how we did during the day. Right now we are trading the Bitcoin market on the 1 hour chart, or no, this is the 1 minute chart. And if you look next to it, we've got our coin, our actual trading view chart up, so we can see the actual price action of the coin. So we have put in 3 put calls in, or put trades in, for a down position. So once these 3 positions have made up the $5 or $10, I'm going to shoot for $10, but as long as we can break even, we will call it a good day. We will stop the live trading on the Bitcoin around 4 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock, actually 3. I'm going to switch over early, 3 o'clock. Then we will go back to the open option real profile or demo profile of the foreign exchange market. There will be some other markets that will still be open, but we're going to probably let it go on the foreign exchange side. And what you can do is you can put in your favorite pair and you can watch it. You can watch it live. You won't have to watch it recorded. See, the thing that I found out is when you watch other pocket option traders, they record their stuff first so they can edit it and do all their things, and then you're thinking that you're going to replicate what they're doing, and you're not actually replicating anything, because the markets run at a different time schedule. These people are in different time zones. So what I want to do is try to get a group going to where they can rely on somebody that's going to be live on the market and that will give you tips and trades, show you what to trade, show you what to do. If you would like to get in and open an account, the link is in the description. It does help out our channel. And like and subscribe, and we will go back to watching the charts up until around 3 o'clock, and then we will switch over to the Pocket Options demo OTC side. Thanks for joining. I want to thank you for joining me today on our brand new channel, Trading Live with the Pocket Options trading platform. Tomorrow we'll be back here at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be trading, still trading on the Bitcoin side, since we do have a couple trades that need to be executed. So stay tuned, and we'll have more live trading right after this message from iTrust Capital. Joining me today on our brand new channel, Trading Live with the Pocket Options trading platform. Tomorrow we'll be back here at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be trading, still trading on the Bitcoin side, since we do have a couple trades that need to be executed. So stay tuned, and we'll have more live trading right after this message from iTrust Capital.
Hey there, iTrust community. iTrust Capital Rewards is a program that lets you refer friends and family to earn unlimited rewards. Today, we're here to give you the lowdown on how it works. Referring a friend. Log into your account and navigate to your profile dashboard. You'll see a prompt to refer a friend with a button that says Referral. Go ahead and click it. Now enter your friend's email address and you'll receive a pop-up telling you more details. Now they're ready to set up their new account and begin the process of funding. Receiving your reward. Once your friend's account is funded, you'll receive an email from iTrust Capital explaining how to collect your reward. You should receive your reward within 45 days of when your referral funded their account. More referrals equals more rewards. And it doesn't stop there. You can refer more friends and claim more rewards. There is no limit on the number of invites that you can send, and every funded account that you refer will net you more rewards. It's that easy. Visit our website at the link below for more details. Now they're ready to set up their new account. Cryptocurrency is a speculative investment. iTrust Capital doesn't give investment advice, so consult your investment advisor. Once your friend's account is funded, you'll receive an email from iTrust Capital explaining how to collect your reward. You should receive your reward within 45 days of when your referral funded their account. More referrals equals more rewards. And it doesn't stop.
Welcome back. This is Mike Hayes of the Living Legacy Group, and we are now switching over to our continuous side of social trading. Let's see. All right. Got some things mixed up here. So now, what I'm going to do is we're going to leave the markets open live. This is the options side where your trades are executed in time increments. These times can range from 1 minute to 5 minutes. Since this is still the live forward exchange market, this is the Euro USD. It has gone down to 60% because we're coming out of the New York session, and we're headed into the, I think it's the Asian session. Double check here. That is. Yep. So the New York session is open till 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So now we're just going to let the markets run. We might come in here, put in a couple trades on the demo side. This is where we practice. This is where we get used to looking at we have we can look at the charts and learn the actual candlestick patterns, so that way we can identify these patterns during the day and maybe execute some of these trades. I really don't like to trade real money on the option side because it is timed and it can be tricky. If I do trade, it's going to be no more than 2% of my account or $1 trades. I usually like to trade the live market over on the MetaTrader 5 side. So this is just to show people that Pocket Options is a viable and reliable platform that anyone can use. It doesn't take a lot of money to get your account started. Matter of fact, you can see the link in the description and you can open a free account and you can start trading today. So you can get prepared to add a second income, third income, or just get some side money once you can learn how to master the markets. So thanks again for tuning in. My name is Michael Hayes, and please like, subscribe, share, and hit the notification bell so you can know when we're going live or if we have put out a new video. Thanks again and stay tuned. watching the Living Legacy Group live channel, and we hope you enjoyed today's content. A little bit of trading, a little bit of getting you used to and accustomed to seeing us out here in this platform. So I definitely like to thank you for joining, and until the next time, we'll see you. Good night.